Will the second Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee meeting of November 5th, 11:08 a.m. come to order? If everyone can please silence their cell phones and any noise-making devices, that will help our cause. We do have 5 members. One member in the chambers is having technical difficulties, but she is here. So we do have 5 members visible, 4 with our own cameras, and then 1 in the chamber screens. So in case anyone was worried about quorum. Members, in accordance with the Sunshine Law, if you are not in the council chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, or workspace with you today. Minors do not need to be identified. Also, please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. My name is Tamara Paultin. I'll be your chair for today's second DRIP meeting.
Chair, I apologize. This is Steph. We're having audio issues again with our microphone. Could we take a quick 2-minute recess?
Sure. Meeting is in recess for 2 minutes, to return at 11:11. the Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee meeting of November 5th at return to order at 11:14. Members, sorry. In accordance with the Sunshine Law, if you're not in the council chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, or workspace with you today. Minors do not need to be identified. Also, please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. My name is Tamara Paulton, and I'll be your chair for today's DRIP committee meeting. With us, we also have committee vice chair Nohe Hodgins. Aloha Avakia.
Aloha Avakea, Chair.
And also Councilmember Tom Cook. Aloha Avakia.
Aloha.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson will probably be back after lunch. Aloha Avakia, Member Lee.
Morning.
Aloha Avakia Kiani Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha Avakia Kako. I'm at the Molokai District Office alone on my side of the office, and there are currently no testifiers here. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Member Lee, you're still by yourself in your workspace?
Yes, I have one minor cat.
One minor cat. One minor feline. Next,
Yeah.
Councilmember Sinensi. Aloha Avakia.
Aloha Avakea Chair, no testifiers in Hana.
And last but not least, Councilmember Sugimura. Aloha Avakia.
Aloha.
This meeting of the Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee of the Maui County Council is located on the traditional Aina of Kanaka Oiwi, who never ceded their sovereignty to the United States. We recognize that Her Majesty Queen Liliuokalani yielded the Hawaiian Kingdom to the U.S. in duress under threat of violence to avoid the bloodshed of her people. We further recognize that Hawaii remains an illegally occupied nation state by the U.S. as documented in a 2021 scholarly article for the National Lawyers Guild Review by Andrew Reed, adjunct professor of law at the University of Denver Sturm College of Law. Generations of Kanaka Maoli and their knowledge systems have sustainably cared for Hawaii and continue to do so. We are grateful to occupy this space and learn the ways in which we can contribute. As a committee, we seek to support the varied strategies that Indigenous peoples of Hawaii are using to protect their land and their communities and commit to dedicating time and resources to working in solidarity. From the administration today, we have Department of Housing Director Remy Mitchell, Department of Planning Director Kate Blystone, Department of Planning Administrative Planning Officer Greg Fost, Department of Planning Long Range Division Planning Program Administrator Jackie Takakura, Department of Planning Planning Program Administrator of Current Planning, not Ms. Takakura was Long Range Planning, my bad, and Mr. Danny Diaz is Current Planning. We have from the Department of Fire and Public Safety, Fire Captain Oliver Voss. From the Department of OEB Resources, Director Kapono Molitao, somebody from the Department of Public Works, Director of Parks and Recreation, Pat McCall, Deputy Director of Transportation, Diane Yogi, Department of Water Supply Planning Program Administrator, Ava Blumenstein, Department of Environmental Management Director, Shane Agawa, and Deputy Corporation Counsel Michael Hopper. Other resources, we have Jeff Uyoka, who's the attorney for the landowner. Do you have additional resources, Mr. Uyoka?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we have Matthew Penaz, our project manager, and TC Campbell and Emily Murai from PDG, her project consultants. Thank you. They're online.
Thank you. Members, without objection, I will designate the individuals mentioned by Mr. Uyoka, as well as him, as resource persons under Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council, as they are the project representatives of Ho'onani Village.
No objections.
No objections.
Thank you. Our committee staff, we have Senior Committee Secretary Yvette Boutillier, Legislative Analysts Jarrett Pasquale and Keone Hurdle, Legislative Attorney Carla Nakata, and Assistant Clerk Lei Dineen, I believe. On the agenda, we have one item DRIP 19, Bill 163, 2025, as well as Bill 164, 2025, and Bill 165, 2025, to amend the Maui Island Plan's Directed Growth Map C5, Pulehu Road, amend the Wailuku Kahului Community Plan designation, and change the zoning for 166.511 acres situated at Kahului, Hawaii. 5-132 was adopted by the council to refer the bills to the Maui Planning Commission for review and recommendation. By County Communication 192-25, the planning director noted that the Maui Planning Commission would not be able to make a recommendation within the timeframe required by Section 8-8.6 parent 2 of the county charter, because these bills were never reviewed by the Maui Planning Commission. The committee solicited comments on the proposed project from relevant departments and invited them to this meeting. As of 5:30, November 4th, we received response from transportation. And then I believe we received a bunch of responses this morning, and our committee secretary uploaded them to Granicus upon gaveling into the meeting. So if you would like to see any of the responses, you may need to refresh your browser for Granicus. We also learned additional information from our attorney on Monday evening, I believe. And so I would like to start with opening comments or opinion from our corporation counsel, move on down to planning department and housing and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Chair. In reviewing this as the committee's attorney, I raise a legal concern with respect to the fact that you do not have a Planning Commission recommendation, and the Planning Commission did not actually have this appear on an agenda or consider this. There have been cases where the commission may have something on their agenda, but either cannot get a vote within a time frame or maybe not take up the item. But in this case, based on the record, it appears that this item was never transmitted to the commission at any point. I think the best advice that I can give you at this point is to obtain a recommendation from the commission before proceeding with final action on this. If we need to get into the details of this, I can discuss more in executive session. I'll say as much as I can in open session on this, but I think generally speaking, to not have a Planning Commission recommendation as required by the charter, I understand there's a time frame, but in this case, the commission never had this scheduled on an agenda to have an opportunity to review or provide a recommendation. So that's the concern I would raise with taking final action on this before hearing from the commission on this, and that's the legal concern that I would raise for this.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. I'm gonna hold all questions till after testimony because the line between clarifying questions and discussion is a very tight line to walk. So if you do have questions, please write them down and we can take them up after testimony. Any opening comments from the Department of Planning?
Mahalo, Chair. We submitted a letter to the committee with our comments and concerns, and we look forward to having a discussion with the committee about those comments and concerns. So I'll hold my comments until that discussion. Mahalo.
Thank you. Opening comments from Department of Housing?
Thank you, Chair Paulson. Similar response also. We did transmit our formal response, which I think should have been uploaded on Granicus by this point, but we'll also wait until the discussion portion before weighing in further. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any opening comments from Mr. Voss, or sorry, Captain Voss?
Chair, Captain Voss is online, but it doesn't look like he's unmuted. He's unmuted on our end.
Julie.
Hey there, Captain Voss.
No comments on this side here. I did respond with some comments to the committee that they'll bring up later if they have any concerns, but open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Voss. Any opening comments from Director Molitao?
Hello, Meikako. We will hold comment until further discussion.
Thank you. Any opening comments from Director Molina from Public Works?
Good morning, Jordan Molina.
Morning.
Department still reviewing.
You're really soft. Can you maybe
Oh,
speak?
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, the department's still reviewing the proposal and has no comments at this time.
Still reviewing the proposal at this time. Got it. Thank you. Director McCall, do you have any opening comments from Parks and Recreation? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council. Yes, the department, like the others, has submitted a letter, and we'll hold our comments. Within the letter, we expressed our concerns and our expectations of the project.
Thank you. Deputy Director Yogi, are you online? Do you have any opening comments?
I have no comments at this time, but we did submit our letter as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Administrator Blumenstein, you have any opening comments?
Hello, Chair. We submitted 2 letters, one in response to the October 23rd inquiry and one in response to November 3rd. So there's 2 letters dated yesterday. So I'll just hold for any questions on our testimony or on our response letters. Mahalo.
Thank you. And last but not least, Director Agawa, any opening comments?
Thank you, Chair. No opening comments. However, we do have some preliminary analysis to share with you, but I can address that in Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. So we will now move on to public testimony for DRIP 19. Written testimony is encouraged. And
Chair,
yes.
I apologize. I do believe the project representatives did have a presentation.
Oh, did you want to give opening comments or presentation? I think he declined because of the legal advice we received in the very beginning. We will now move on to public testimony for DRIP 19. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas. Testifiers wanting to provide oral testimony should join the online meeting via the Microsoft Teams link printed on today's agenda or call into the phone number or show up in person, which is also, the phone number is on today's agenda. For individuals wishing to testify via Teams, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand button near the top right of your screen. For those calling in, please follow prompts via phone. Staff will add names to the testifier list in the order testifiers sign up or raise their hands. For those on Teams, staff will lower your hand once your name is added. Staff will then call the name you're logged in under or the last 4 digits of your phone number when it is your time to testify. At that time, staff will also enable your microphone and video. Please ensure your name on Microsoft Teams appears as the name you prefer to be referred to as or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you are in person, please notify staff that you would like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes. If you are still testifying beyond that time, I will kindly ask you to complete your testimony. Once you are done testifying, or if you do not wish to testify, you can view the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us agendas, or here in the chamber. At this time, we will call on testifiers wishing to testify on DRIP 19.
Thank you, Chair. The first individual signed up to testify is Nikki Russell on Teams, to be followed by Dana Shervinsky.
Nikki, are you there?
Chair, she's online and she's unmuted on our end. Yep.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Thank you so much. Good morning, and thank you for your time and your ongoing dedication to serving the County of Maui. My name is Nikki Russell. I'm the interim CEO at Maui Humane Society. I'm here today to testify in support of pet-friendly housing, which allows Maui Humane Society to provide essential support to your constituents to help keep pets and their families together. With roughly 20% of incoming pet surrenders being attributed to the inability to find or afford pet-friendly housing, I implore you to work diligently with developers to include affordable pet-inclusive housing in the upcoming building projects. Reasons for landlords to allow pets include longer tenancy rates, lower vacancy rates, and more applicants per unit, thus shorter time between tenants. As you're aware, Maui Humane Society is the only open admission shelter in Maui County. Oftentimes, Maui Humane is the last resort for animals that are sick, injured, and abused. We must maintain open space to accept and care for the animals without advocates. We have a vibrant Forever Pets program to defer the surrender of people's pets. We are successful at deferring surrender for behavior issues, lack of funds to support their pet, and for medical reasons. We also assist your constituents who are moving from Maui to take their pets with them. We are helpless in keeping pets with families when it's due to lack of pet-inclusive housing. Only 39% of rental properties in Hawaii allow pets. This is the lowest in the United States. Maui County is significantly lower at only 28% of rental properties being pet-inclusive. Encouraging more pet-inclusive housing would not only increase adoption rates, it will decrease surrender rates, our overall population, and our animal stress levels. A few ideas to open up pet-inclusive housing with which Maui Humane Society would offer assistance includes pet agreement policies, pet deposits, tenants creating a pet resume to share with their landlords, spaying and neutering pets, or even having health certificates as proof of having a vaccinated and healthy pet. Thank you for your consideration and for your continued support in caring for all of Maui County's animals.
Thank you so much, Ms. Russell. Any members have questions for the testifier? Member Sinenci.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. I just was wondering if she had submitted her testimony.
Yes, they submitted, her and the person that was here at 9 submitted written testimony at that time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair, the next individual is Dana Shervinsky, to be followed by Connor Apollo in the chamber.
Hello. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Members of the Maui County Council, thank you for your dedicated service to the County of Maui. My name is Danya Oleni Travinsky. I am born and raised here in Wailuku, and I've been in the Animal Care and Enrichment Department at the Maui Humane Society for over 5 years now. I'm currently the lead Dog Pathways Coordinator, and I'm responsible for finding positive outcomes for the dogs that enter our care. In my time at MHS, it has shown me the heartbreaking stress that animals experience in a shelter setting. Although our staff and volunteers do an amazing job of keeping our animals comfortable, it is an undeniably stressful environment for them to be in. And the emotional contagion that the dogs spread to each other is a large factor in the decline of their mental health. Some common signs of moderate to severe FAS, otherwise known as fear, anxiety, or stress, that we often observe include a decreased appetite, pacing, attention-seeking vocalization, difficulty settling, barrier reactivity toward other dogs or people, or depression. When the shelter population increases, these symptoms increase and our animals suffer. This environment is not meant for animals to be housed long-term, and an increasing population is not sustainable for both our staff and the animals. Any animal who struggles in this environment is at risk for euthanasia. The lack of pet-inclusive housing is a contributing factor to our population and is something that needs to be addressed. It's upsetting to watch owners cry as they drop off their pets for surrender. I cringe when I read that their answer is yes to the question on our surrender background form stating, "Would you keep your pet if you were able to?" No pet owner deserves to be separated from their companion due to the lack of pet-inclusive housing, and the Maui Humane Society is doing its best to prevent that from happening. We need to do better for our community, both humans and animals. We hope you can take our experiences into consideration for creating more pet-inclusive housing. Mahalo for your time, and I look forward to seeing what happens from here.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Chair, the next testifier is Connor Apollo, to be followed by James Legsay III.
Aloha, Chair and council members. My name is Connor Apollo. I'm born and raised on Maui, and every day I see more local families struggling to stay here. We all know someone who had to leave because they couldn't find a place that they could afford here. For me, it was my brother. He decided to try and give his family a better life by moving away to the mainland. It's hard and it saddens me because to watch my niece and my nephew grow up through a FaceTime video call, that hurts. They have a Hawaiian name, they have Hawaiian blood, and they'll never grow up experiencing their culture. Ho'onani Village is a step towards fixing that, and it focuses on local workforce housing, not luxury development. It gives people who already live here and work here a chance to stay on the island. And I appreciate that this project is going through the full public process. I believe it's important that we support responsible housing opportunities for our community. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify and your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Apollo. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Chair, the next testifier is James Legsay III, to be followed by Laketon Kipani.
Hello, everyone. My name is James Legsay III. I work in construction here on Maui. I love the island, but I can tell you firsthand that even working full-time, it's really hard to find a place to live, and many of us are driving far distances to even stay employed. Ho'onani Villages gives working people like me a chance at stable housing, close to jobs, schools, and daily life. It supports local employment and puts Maui residents first. I respectfully ask that this project continue through the process so Maui's workforce can remain here and support the community. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Legsay III. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Laketon Kipani, to be followed by Joseph Maldonado.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. Good morning. My name is Laketon Kipani. I was born and raised on this island. I'm a parent of 2 kids, and I would love to see my children have a future here, to grow up, work here, and contribute to the island that had shaped them. But right now, prices, the cost of living is just getting to the point where people can't afford it no more. Too many young families that you guys probably know, and I know, that being priced out from this island. It breaks my heart to think that my kids might not be able to live here on the island that they call home. Ho'onani Village creates real opportunities for Maui residents and families. It focuses on housing for people who are already part of our community. I support this project moving forward, and I mahalo every one of you for your time and consideration. Mahalo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kilpani. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Chair, the next testifier is Joseph Maldonado, to be followed by Sunny Cabello.
How's it? Aloha, Chair and council members. Thank you. My name is Joseph Maldonado. I was born and raised in Haiku, Maui, and luckily for me, we get family land. So, luckily, thank God that we have a place to live. But like even just recently, had a new baby, and me and my wife try to look out. And I mean, even the places we find, we cannot afford. I know countless people that I've seen, from classmates to family members, just they can't live here anymore. There's no houses to rent. And the houses you have to rent, you can pay $5,000 a month. It's not affordable. I mean, in reality, Ho'onani is rural land from Punene. I'm born and raised on Avalau Road. You know what I mean? It's kind of like how do you say it? It's just like trying to move in the right direction. It's not even close to what we need, but I mean, there should be no reason why we trying to deny any kind of housing, especially in Maui. So I just like to say mahalo for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado. Members, any questions for the testifier? Member Cook.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. My clarifying question, you Wilford's grandson?
Yeah.
Okay, need to know that all right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. My whole life, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we gotta build homes for locals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up.
Chair, the next testifier is Sunny Cabello, to be followed by Dale Kapu Vanata.
Aloha and good morning. Thank you for having me here today. I'm here in support of the Ho'onani Village. My name is Sunny Cabello, and I'm a resident in Kahului, Maui. I was born and raised in Hawaii. I'm a daughter, a mother, an auntie, cousin, a sister. And growing up in Hawaii, I never thought that I would ever leave, and I never did. I've lived here my whole life, and I've been extremely fortunate in retrospect, looking at growing up and getting old. I got to live here and buy a home here and raise my children here, and they got to know their culture. And as my two children are getting older, I have one son in college. I wonder, can he get a job here? I know we're doing a lot on workforce, but can he get a job here? And can that job pay him enough so that he can stay here with his family? Would he have the concerns that I've never had about, do I have to move away? I won't be able to live here. I might have to live on the mainland, which a lot of my cousins have left. I grew up with them here in Hawaii. We played on beaches. We had picnics together, and now we can't be together. And I don't want that for my children. I don't want that for my nieces and nephews and my cousins' kids and our families, because it is hard. We have technology that keeps us together, but it really isn't the same when you get to share the memories with your children on the areas you used to live in, the communities you grew up with, the culture that raised you. And so I plead with you to just consider supporting the Ho'onani Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cabello. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
The next testifier is Dale Kapu Vanata, to be followed by Sheila Duque.
Aloha, my name is Dale Kapoi Vanata. I am a parent raising my family here on Maui in Kula. I was very fortunate to have the opportunity to move back home to Maui because I did have to leave. My family couldn't afford to live here. And my hopes is that my kids will be able to have that as well. And without having to leave what we call home and what shaped us. The Office of Hawaiian Affairs confirmed the most recent census data showing that in 2020, only 47% of Native Hawaiians lived in Hawaii. The U.S. Census Bureau also reported that Hawaii has experienced population decline in recent years, one of only a few states to lose residents. Together, these numbers tell a troubling story that local people are being forced out of the islands they love. Ho'onani Village offers a real chance for Maui residents, families to stay and continue being a part of a community that they've helped build. It's about creating homes for people who already make Maui what it is, the workers, parents, and the community members who keep our island strong. And it even gives an opportunity for our people to move home and reconnect with their roots. So I strongly support this project moving forward, and I mahalo you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Kapovanata. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Sheila Duque, to be followed by Dick Mayer on Teams.
Good morning. I'm here today in full support of Ho'onani Village. My name is Sheila Duque, and I am a resident, a worker. I'm building my family here on Maui. I'm from here, and I'm asking for your support for the Bill 163, 164, and 165. Maui needs quality workforce housing so local families and essential workers can stay here and build a future. Ho'onani Village delivers home from Maui for Maui resident that they can afford, they can work here, and infrastructure improvements, and a community-centered vision for Central Maui. And like everybody else here, you know, like it's a lot to be able to afford here. I had a lot of families that actually moved away. I have friends that moved away because they can no longer live here. And I don't want to see any of my family members or my friends ever moving away because they cannot afford to live here. So please, we ask for your support and help our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duque. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Chair, the next testifier is Dick Mayer, to be followed by Albert Perez. Mr. Mayer, you're unmuted on our end.
Mr. Mayor, are you there? We can come back to him if Mr. Perez is available. Member Rollins, Fernandez, and Charlie, you can still hear us, right?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Aloha, Chair Paulton and council members. You know, if you've ever been to Safeway or Lowe's when a plane is landing, you know that it's very loud, and that's during normal trade wind weather. When it's Kona weather, the planes take off in the other direction, and it hurts my ears when I go at that time. I don't know if you folks know this, but I got my master's in planning from UH and focused on aircraft noise control. Because this proposed project is directly under the flight path for Kahului Airport, it will expose people and their children to high levels of noise that will damage their health. Even if extra sound insulation is used, people need to go outside sometime. Aircraft noise can disrupt sleep, affect school performance, and increase the risk of cardiovascular disease. This would be also directly exposed to a crash if that should ever occur. So this is a classic case of environmental injustice. My understanding is that when Maui Business Park next door was approved, they said residential was not appropriate because of the noise. The Federal Aviation Administration noise limit for housing is 65 decibels, averaged over a 24-hour period. Environmental Protection Agency limit is 55, but both of these standards are expressed as an average over a 24-hour period. Single event jet flyovers are much louder and can damage your hearing. Normal conversation would be impossible when a jet is taking off. We have supported housing projects like Waikapu Country Town and Pulelehua in the past that benefit Maui's people. There are some elements of this proposal that we like, but we cannot support it in the proposed location. In addition to the noise impacts, there will be major traffic impacts on Hanson Road. People are certainly not going to stay within the development, so saying that ignores reality. Everyone still wants to go to Costco and Walmart and take their kids to school and go to the beach. Plus, if you need to go to Kihei from upcountry and anywhere in East Maui, you use Hanson Road to avoid the congestion in Kahului. So this project would obviously congest Hanson Road, and also people who go to the landfill tend to use Hanson as well. If that's congested, they'll tend to use the more windy and dangerous Pulehu Road. So we don't like the process. Analysis, as the planning department pointed out, analysis of impacts is being deferred until later. That's backwards. So we are urging you folks, since you need all the benefit of the information provided by such an analysis, we urge you to defer any change in zoning, community plan, or the Maui Island plan until an EIS has been completed, so that you will have full information on the impacts of this proposal. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Can we circle back to see if Mr. Mayor is available for a testimony, his opportunity?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Very good. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that the planning department never got it on the agenda, and the planning commission never gave you the recommendations that you need to make the decisions you're doing today. But let me go over a number of items. I obviously know that everybody wants affordable housing on Maui, and this project is a large number, and therefore it has a lot of pressure to get it. But there are some concerns that need to be considered as you make your decisions on these three bills. One is the one Mr. Perez just mentioned with regard to the airport flight path. The sound levels from the airport were done about 30 years ago when they were considering lengthening the runway. We need an updated analysis, particularly at nighttime, because in those days, the last flight was usually around 8 p.m. Now flights can take off as late as midnight. The Maui Island Plan intentionally left this area out of the growth boundaries because of the runway. So that's a consideration when you want to change them. You should consider why the boundary line, the growth boundary line, goes the way it does. Number two, education. This project is very far from any schools, and it's unlikely that new schools will be built because the next several schools will be built for the Waikapu Country Town. You need a report from the Department of Education about the likelihood of providing education because of the housing that will be done there as well as elsewhere. Recreation, this project has a large recreation area in the middle of the project, according to their plan, but it's in phase 9 after all the 1,600 units are built. It should not be waiting till such a late date. With regard to traffic, Mr. Perez mentioned Hanson Road, which has a lot of through traffic from East Maui to Central and South Maui, and also is where all the rubbish trucks go. It's a very busy road, and all of the traffic would be going out onto this road as designated in the map that's in the presentation that the planners are going to be giving to you. With regard to wastewater, I believe a wastewater plant requires an environmental impact statement. That has not yet been done, and it gives you time to get the information that you would need. Potable water. They're proposing in their preliminary plan to put a well about 4.5 miles up Pulehu Road in the middle of the former Sugar Cane lands. The water under that well probably is polluted or may be polluted. You have no idea, and there is no plan B as to where the water would be coming from. And there are large costs to treat the water, to put the pipeline in 4.5 miles down Pelehu Road. Those need to be considered. Market units. If you look at the graph on slide 5 of their presentation, you'll see that they're delaying the affordable housing until 800 market price houses are built. That is not a proper way of doing the planning, and certainly will not help get the affordable housing that you need. That should be reversed. They should be doing the affordable housing at least 1-to-1 or all of them prior to building the market housing. The recommendation should be that the EAS be done, and that you look at 3 other projects also, and begin thinking of how do you incentivize where Kamanu Shopping Center is. A lot of housing will be going in there. Across the street from that, across the street from Sears, you have some apartment buildings, and we have a large block of really unused land where the old Maui Mall was, where the old Kalu Shopping Center was. That is a lot that also could be used for affordable housing, all of which have much closer proximity to amenities and the needs of a community such as this. So I urge you to get the information from the Planning Department, from the Department of Education, from the others, so that you can do the right decision making. And lastly, I noticed that there's no zoning map included. Usually when a project gets rezoned or gets zoned, there are indications where the residential will be, where the commercial will be, etc. That map has not been provided to you. It's a sort of an open-ended thing right now, which leaves things uncertain. And usually when you do that zoning, conditions are put on a project of this size. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Chair, the next testifier is Kaylee Mendoza, to be followed by Caitlin Coronel.
Hi, my name is Callie Mendonça. I was born and raised here on Maui. Went to school here all my life. I have 2 young babies, 2 and 1. And as a parent, my hope is that they get to grow up here and experience the things that I experienced. My kids are of Hawaiian ancestry. They have Hawaiian blood. And I feel like it's their right to take advantage of all the things that their ancestry offers, and the opportunity to attend Kamehameha schools and to know the place that their ancestry is rooted in. And I do believe that the Ho'onani Villages project will give them the opportunity to do so, offering Hawaiian communities and the Maui community the opportunity to build their families and to grow their families here and to stay here long term. So I do support this project, and I hope that you all will too.
Thank you, Ms. Mendonça. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Chair, the next testifier is Caitlin Coronel, to be followed by Peaches Cernal.
Aloha, my name is Caitlin Cornell, and I live and work here on Maui. And I'm asking for the support of the Honolulu Village in Bill 163, 164, and 165. We clearly need more housing that locals can afford, and so that our families and essential workers can stay here on Maui where they belong. Honolulu Village offers those solutions and hopes for a better future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cornell. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Members, it is just about 12 o'clock. We only have 3 more testifiers, and then we need to do a little bit of discussion before, but I did intend to give you guys your lunch break. Is that all right with everyone to finish out the testimony and hear a little discussion? Okay.
Chair, the next testifier is Peaches Cernal, to be followed by Amanda Schaefer on Teams.
Aloha Chair, aloha Council. Thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony today. I'm born and raised on Maui, 4th generation, mother of 7. Proud to say the only one living at home is 17. He's an adolescent. The rest are living in our community, working, earning, contributing to society. People often ask me, why are your young adults out paying rent? And I said, because how are they going to learn to pay a mortgage if they don't know how to pay rent? So I believe as a parent and as a native Hawaiian, if I want my native children to live here, I need to empower them to be able to stay here. But I can tell you, as a licensed realtor on the island, a median home, 1.1 mil, my home, built in the 70s, I can sell for 1.1 mil, and that's not even price gouging. That mortgage is $5,900. That's wild. I consider myself a coach to my clients. As much as I want home ownership for them, I often coach them into paying rent. It's a challenge to find somewhere for them to rent, but I do baby steps. I take people out of generational living. I just did in the last quarter of this month, I took a family of 3, father, mother, 11-year-old daughter, renting 1 bedroom from family for $1,300. I'm proud to say they rent a home now on Ka'ohu Street for $2,600, but that's a step forward for them as a family. So Ho'onani Village gives the workforce housing that we need. It's not ideal. Everybody's gonna have their reasons against it. It's not ideal, it's the best we can do for now. I don't see why the county doesn't agree. Just know that it's a step forward and it's a step for our people. Hearing earlier testimony, I love what Humane Society said about pets. I also own rental property. I allow pets in my rentals. And the 2 gentlemen that mentioned the flight path in Pu'unene, they are obviously not born and raised here. Pu'unene was always in the flight path. There were homes there up until the early 2000s. I know I had family living there. So it's not ideal. Did it hurt those people? Is there really science that showed it? I don't know. It's still housing. There were homes there, there were schools there, preschools, Pu'unene School. Even the Pu'unene School closed down. It operated at a high school for high-risk students. I was one. Probably say today. I have a professional career contributing to my society, and I just ask you guys to help us help our people. Aloha.
Thank you, Ms. Cernal. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Amanda Schaefer, to be followed by the Royal House of Hawaii.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Aloha, Chair Paulton and members of the Maui County Council. Mahalo for your dedicated service to our community and for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amanda Schaefer. I currently work at Maui Humane Society as Development Coordinator, and my partner and I are landlords of an Ohana unit on our property. One of the biggest challenges I see at MHS and in our community, and one that deeply affects both pets and people, is the lack of pet-friendly housing. As both an employee of Maui Humane Society and a landlord myself, I can say from experience that allowing pets does not have to be a burden. My partner and I allow pets in our rental, and we've had overwhelmingly positive experiences with tenants who are pet owners. In fact, pet owners often tend to stay longer, take better care of the property, and appreciate having a landlord who trusts them to be responsible. I often hear other landlords express concerns about potential damage or noise. Those are valid concerns, but they are not unique to pet owners. Any tenant can cause wear and tear, and that's exactly what security deposits are designed to cover. A well-written lease can also include clear pet agreements to protect both landlord and tenant. Encouraging and supporting more pet-friendly housing policies would not only reduce shelter overcrowding and animal surrenders, but it would also strengthen families and our sense of community. Pets provide emotional support, companionship, and stability, things our community deeply needs, especially after the challenges we've all faced in recent years. I respectfully ask the council to explore incentives, education, or policy changes that encourage landlords to consider allowing pets in their rentals, and that the developments of any new housing be pet-friendly, not only for small animals, but for our favorite larger-sized boy pups. Together, we can create a Maui where no one has to choose between a roof over their head and keeping their beloved companion. Mahalo for your time and for your continued commitment to the people and pets of Maui County. Aloha.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Members, any questions for the testifier? I just had one clarification. Did you say the larger boy dogs or poi dogs?
Poi dogs are poi pups.
I was like, what about the
Our
female?
big-headed friends.
Yeah.
Oh, all of them. We love them all.
I'm an equal rights dog activist. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next. Oh, no one else has any questions, right? Okay. Go ahead.
Chair, the next testifier is the Royal House of Hawaii, to be followed by Johan Lal.
Aloha, this is the Royal House of Hawaii on Alario Land Tenant under Heva Heva Nui, Royal Patent, Land Commission Award 3237 Opanatu. And yeah, we love housing, but I heard many of our cousins, all of the Ohanas, all the Hawaiians testifying, and it's going to be to the local people of Maui, yes, but like they're all being frauded, and because like all of Hawaii is royal patented to all the Hawaiian Ohanas. If a haole person had a royal patent, it would be in fee hold fee simple. So that expired years ago because I don't think none of those haules still alive right now from 1800 all the way to 2025. Yeah. So expired care, boom. And the land's supposed to go revert back to the Crown land because they had crossed out our Tutu's name, yeah, and go put their name on the side, act like that. That's fraudulent. That's fraud. Okay. So all that Crown land, okay. So you guys gotta call all the descendants of the royal patents and let other Hawaiians know that they're trying to go inside affordable housing, that they get aina, okay, they get land. All royal patented, all Hawaii is royal patented. DHHL love for build on Crown land, yeah, because it's the King's land, yeah. And then all the rest of the lands is all royal patented to a specific family. Why, can you guys like let everybody know that it's a royal patented to a specific Ohanas outside of the Crown lands? Because we get the Ahupua signs all over everywhere, okay? And let them know that their lands is being frauded on, and because I don't think building affordable housing going teach anybody their culture, okay? I'm so sorry. I love everybody. And to the lady that was on Realtor, yeah, you know what royal patent is, Tita? No ask. You and Realtor, girl. You ain't go to school and you ain't go class for that. No ask, girl. I wouldn't go through that too, girl, okay? So no lie to the people too. All the realtors over there, all you guys resource people, where you guys qualifications, where you guys accolades, okay? Alexium, bust them out, Alexi. You better show me, but yeah, it's all Friday. Please let the descendants and call up the royal patent descendants and let them know they get royal patents too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royal House. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Chair, currently the last individual signed up is Johan Lal on Teams.
Aloha, Johan Lal. I'm testifying on behalf of myself. I actually don't know much about this project, but I just wanted to address some previous testimony. I wanted to support what Dick Mayer said about prioritizing the affordable units. They should be built first, otherwise they may never get built if there's some issue with financing or anything like that. So they really should be done first. The noise issue, I want to propose a condition that would deal with that, which would be things like requiring dual pane windows to reduce noise. Central air conditioning, if that's not already part of the plan, so that you can affordably have your air conditioning running rather than have your windows open at night, and that would help with the noise. And then I just want to get on the record, I don't think the urban growth boundary should exist because it's arbitrary. So I support changing that to whatever is being asked for. And in general, it's an arbitrary limit that doesn't really let building get done in places where it's optimal to build housing or anything else. So that's my comments on this project. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Chair, that's all the individuals signed up. I see Mr. Law approaching the podium.
Long time no see, Luna Ho'omalu, Paulton. A recurring theme in my presentations is recycling and waste management. And I'd just like to see that, make sure they get the plan, when they do get all the plans ready, they have a recycling area and an agricultural garden area. I know it's going to be kind of tough down there, but thank you for your time, and I reserve the rest of my time for the Hawaiians.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Chair, we'll do a last call for oral testimony. If anyone would like to testify, please come down to the podium and begin your testimony, or raise your hand on Teams and we'll unmute you. The countdown is 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, Chair, no one has indicated they wish to testify.
Thank you, members. Without objection, I will now close oral testimony and accept written testimony into the record. No objections. Okay, I don't want to keep you too long from your lunch, but I did want to go to member Hodgins first as the initiator of the MIP CPA CIZ. And then maybe after that we can take lunch if our attorney says we can.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate everybody's time. I don't know how much discussion we need for right now, because I'm really not happy about this situation, so I should probably eat, or else everybody is probably going to be just as fussy with me as I am with this project. Can I request that we go to, after we go to lunch, that we come back and we hear the presentation so we can understand what's being delayed after we just heard all of this testimony? I think it would be fair for the council members to understand the project that we have at hand.
It's okay with me, members. Any objection to that after lunch? No objections. Okay, so we'll hear the presentation after lunch.
Does that include, is that enough discussion for us to go to lunch now? Ms. Nakata? Or do you want me to ask another question for maybe the departments to answer?
Okay, one more question.
Okay, one more question. I have a lot, so I will... Let's see.
I have a question.
Okay, let's go to Charlie, because all of mine go in succession, so I can hold mine. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I have an appointment, so when do you think we would be coming back to deliberate?
1:30, I was thinking 1:30 to 4:30, because tonight is the Wednesday night community meeting for Lahaina. Sorry, it's 5:30 at Lahaina. So 1:30,
Okay.
come back.
No, but in actuality, it sounds like we're not going to be able to make a decision. Is that true? I'll just have to wait.
Well, so the recommendation from the attorney is that the planning commission can hear it. I mean, as always, we don't need to listen to the attorney. If you would like to hear specifics of legal strategies, we would have to go into executive session.
Yeah.
So that's the situation. The attorney would like, Corp Counsel would like the Planning Commission to at least receive it in their hands or on an agenda or something. I can have him explain it again for you if you'd like, because I'm not an attorney.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't want Member Hodgins to get any fussier than she already is right now. I'll just back off and I'll come back when you reconvene. 1:30, you said.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that qualified as discussion, but I did see Member Rollins Fernandez had her hand up for maybe some discussion, legit discussion.
Mahalo, Chair. Yeah, and I don't want to jump the line if this is one of the questions, and I'm sure it is, that Member Hodgins has in her list, but maybe this could suffice for now. Why was the item, because I remember this and passing it on, why was it never even scheduled at the Planning Commission? Is that, can I get that response?
Director Blystone?
Mahalo, Chair. I appreciate that opportunity to address this question. It wasn't included in our letter, and so I'm really glad to be able to address it on the floor. So the department was not holding this application. We were working with our corporation counsel on the appropriate way to present it to the Planning Commission. The way this was initiated was unusual because there wasn't a district boundary amendment in place already. We didn't have urban designation. The order of operations for things was out of order. And so we were figuring out how exactly we would present it to Planning Commission without recommending straight out denial, because the Planning Department very much supports housing. A lot of the moves that we've made in front of council have been in service of supporting housing recently. So our concern was that the DBA had not been granted, district boundary amendment had not been granted by the Land Use Commission. And especially this is true given that the soil classification in this area is soil classification A, representing the highest productivity. So we have concern that the Land Use Commission may not grant this DBA based on factors that they must consider when they're considering a district boundary amendment. So we were trying to figure out the way to thread this needle with Planning Commission. And because this was a much more complex application than we had ever dealt with when it came by resolution from council, it took a little longer. And so we didn't get a chance to get it on Planning Commission before this meeting was scheduled. That is the initial answer to the question, and perhaps that's enough discussion to go to lunch, and I can expand later.
Mahalo, Director. Mahalo, Chair.
Attorneys, can we go to lunch? Okay. All right, so at this time, I would like to recess for lunch to return at 1:30. Any objections? Okay, we're recessing. The time is 12:17 and we'll return at 1:30. the Disaster Recovery, International Affairs and Planning Committee return to order. The time is now 1:35. And where we left off, I think we were going to get a presentation by request from Councilmember Hodgins on the Ho'onani project. Mr. Uyoka, can you do the presentation? And can you remind us what the names of your other two resources were?
Thanks, Jeff Uyoka with Ho'onani Village. Matthew Penaz. Is online. I think he might have to step off in a little bit. T.C. Campbell
And
is
T.C. Campbell.
Emily Murai.
And Emily Murai?
Yes.
Okay. I think we didn't have Emily Murai the first time. Do members have any objection for her being a resource person under that rule? Thank you. Okay. All right, so we will proceed with the presentation by request from Committee Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, council members. Jeff Uyoka. I'm with Ho'onani Village. This is a vision for a sustainable growth community. Okay, yeah, next slide, please. So the vision here, I guess I should start with, so Councilmember Hodgins agreed to introduce the resolution for the council-initiated change in zoning, inclusion of urban growth boundary and community plan amendment. She, in discussions with her, she felt the project makes sense, and there should be a process for the right projects. And for this one, she felt comfortable with it because it's going to be 140% AMI and below for all the units, centrally located, and it was planned with the local community in mind. So the vision of it is 1,608 multifamily units with some commercial type uses and open space. Again, goal is to create a community. Main goal, housing. Secondary, provide an opportunity for local business to thrive while supporting the residents within that community. And overall, just create a place for locals, in a way that works best for Maui. Next slide, please. So this is the location map, and sorry, that is not 100% accurate. In the upper left corner of Ho'onani Village is the 23 acres that Councilmember Rollins Fernandez pushed to acquire when the county was buying the Waiale land. So our property actually cuts out that 23 acres in the upper left corner. And for anyone who's listening that's concerned, yes, we are completely willing and open to help however we can with you guys' 23 acres. And as you can see from the slide, we're in a pretty decent general proximity to various parks and schools. This is pretty centrally located, so it's right by like the highway and stuff, so you can, access is pretty good over here. We anticipate having a lot of open space and recreational areas throughout Ho'onani Village, so we feel comfortable that people won't feel boxed in or stuck. It's 165 acres, so there's space and it's being planned accordingly. Next slide, please. There you go. So this is the site plan, and it correctly depicts the 23-acre corner cutout in this one. And, it's general layout of the phases. Phase 1's around 10 acres, and it's gonna have 268 multifamily units. And, for the community, this first phase needs to be housing only. We plan on slowly working in commercial and light industrial uses as additional housing is brought online. Total of, I believe, 9 phases. So next slide, please. I don't know if everybody can see this, but yeah, my apologies. This was part of the confusion raised by one of the testifiers, I believe it was Mr. Mayor. So that market rate, we're considering market rate for this. 140% AMI and below, which falls within HHFDC's affordable rates. And we're really anticipating 120% and below. Those two phases where it says affordable multifamily, the affordable multifamily would be LIHTC. If we could, get LIHTC funding, work with the county, work with HHFDC, we'd be looking at doing some components of 60% and below within Ho'onani Village as part of the 1608. So my bad, sorry about that. It wasn't as clear as it should be, but that's what's intended by it all. So I gotta say too, if it's the desire of the community, we don't have to do the LIHTC in phases 4 and 6. We'd be open to moving them up to earlier if possible. We're here to meet the needs of the community. And there will be adjustments to this plan as time goes on. You'll see in one of the later slides that it's a kind of long runway for the build out. Next slide, please. So unit mix, we're expecting some studios, but we're really thinking it's probably gonna be mostly 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. Average square footage will probably be around 750 square feet. But the mix of individual buildings and phases as it comes online, it'll be based on need, demand at the time that phase is being planned. Our goal will always be to create a place and produce a product that people want to live in. And I found that a lot of banks and lenders don't completely just rely on if you build it, they will come. They want some other better factors in there. So laundry facilities on site, we'll do parking as required by code. Water use, we're expecting at full build out around 925,000 gallons per day. And if we do build an on-site wastewater reclamation facility, there should be around 680,000 gallons of R1 at full build out at property. We expect the children to go to Kaului Elementary, Maui Wa'ena, and Maui High School. We are looking at transit-oriented design, walkable, bikeable, and we will reach out to the Department of Transportation, the County Department of Transportation, regarding buses and that kind of integration into the project. And we anticipate and fully expect to be doing some kinds of improvements to Hanson and Pulehu Road, and we will be looking to our county partners for assistance with that. PV, if can, we want to put it in, but it all comes down to money. County parks, we're hoping that there's enough open space and we can work through that and not have to build an official park. However, we would be willing to provide land for a community center. I believe we have up to 4 acres designated for civic uses. So that would be a good fit. Just so there's absolutely no confusion here. I'm not saying we're going to build the community center. We want to donate land for it. So thank you. Next slide, please. Oh, it's kind of tiny. So what this slide is showing is about a year from now, the phase 1 design will be ready. Building permits, we're expecting to take about a year. And the first phase of construction, we're expecting 12 to 18 months. So that would mean first homes mid 2029, hopefully. We are going to be coming in for a 201H to try and speed things up. We feel that getting a 201H will help move the district boundary amendment a little quicker for a portion of the project. And that would allow us to have building permits hopefully by early 27, which could be in housing by, a year earlier. So late 27, maybe mid 28, if at all possible. But, that's our goal. See what happens, of course. Full build out is expected by 2042. We always want things to go faster, but this is our conservative, realistic timeline. So about 17 years, 1,600 units, it's a big project, so be great when it's done. Next slide, please. So we're asking for inclusion in the urban growth boundaries. This is the current Maui Island plan map. So you can kind of see where filling in that area and there's kind of a natural fit. Just a puka that's right in the middle of a whole bunch of other areas within the urban growth boundary. And I think it's been mentioned before, but
all you guys know, Punene was a big plantation camp, and for all intents and purposes, when plantation camp was workforce housing, my understanding is like at its peak, there were like 7,600 employees over 26 camps in the area. And not just employees, so I'm assuming their families would be a pretty sizable number. So we're just trying to bring something back that was before. Oh, next slide, please. So we're requesting business multifamily community plan designation. So we understand that long-range planning is currently ramping up to do the Wailuku Kaului community plan update. We don't want to wait. We'd like to switch now because we want to move a little quicker. So we're using the term or the designation from the 2002 Wailuku Kaului community plan. And that allows for a mixture of retail, office, all the stuff that M1 light industrial is. And we're completely open to working with the county on that updated community plan and for our designation to be updated in that community plan update. And overall, like I said earlier, we feel that this community plan designation directly aligns with the M1 light industrial zoning. Next slide, please. So we're going M1 light industrial zoning. So you guys are all aware it's stack zoning here. So M1 allows those certain light industrial zoning uses along with B1, B2, and B3 with certain exceptions, but it does allow multifamily. And our real hope is that we wanted it broad so that, the future business owners have the most options available to them. We wouldn't want someone to have to go get a special use permit or something because they don't quite fit into B1, B2, or B3. So there's flexibility moving forward. I'm sure you guys don't want to see us back here for a change in zoning or anything again, so next slide, please. So this slide was just to show you guys all the regulations that are active for this project, and we are starting on our EIS. We just are hoping to do things concurrently so that it's not finish everything, then start the process. We're hoping to get moving on the change in zoning. On November 19th, we're going in front of the state LUC to request that they be the accepting authority for our FEIS and that we be allowed to proceed directly to an EIS rather than go through the EA process and then to an EIS. And as you can see, I think you guys can feel safe that this project will be heavily regulated. So, we'll be in compliance with a lot of things before we start. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, we probably will be coming in for a 201H, and basically it allows exemptions for efficiency and cost savings, provides us access to grants and loans, and the most important thing is we believe it allows us to deliver houses faster or dwellings faster. Next, please. So yeah, this project's pricey. It's a big project. We'll be looking for $35 to $45 million in county subsidies, but it's for county infrastructure, roads, drainage, water system, possibly wastewater. So, we want to be partners with the county, so we will be coming back and looking for some help. Next slide, please. So there's a certain zoning criteria in section 19.510.040 Maui County Code. So these proposed amendments will make sure the zoning community plan are consistent and will be included in the urban growth boundary. We will meet the island plan and Wailuku Kaului community plan objectives to promote diversified economic growth, provide workforce opportunities, and direct new urban development adjacent to existing urban areas. We're proposing to repurpose plantation lands to fulfill county policies encouraging efficient land use, sustainable growth, and the establishment of well-serviced, complete communities. The proposed M1 light industrial district is intended to provide appropriately located areas for light manufacturing, processing, storage, distribution, and supporting uses, such as commercial and residential uses that are compatible with the surrounding area. So we feel it meets that as we're right behind, all the Maui Business Park Phase 2 and Target and Lowe's and down the street from Home Depot and Walmart. So, all of these matters will be studied and mitigation measures will be proposed and discussed in the FEIS, the environmental studies. We feel that this will be moving existing residences from other places in Central Maui to Ho'onani Village. It's not like 1,600 new families are moving to Maui. I hope some move back, but we have a feeling this will be people kind of relocating from other types of housing opportunities into this, as that one lady mentioned, she placed a family of 4 in a house on Ko'ohu. So hopefully some people can move here. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's a bunch of zoning application information, but there was no zoning application because this was council initiated. But we have some of this information available. As I mentioned, we are doing the studies for environmental impact. So here they are. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically policies and objectives of the general plan, provisions of the community plan. As I mentioned earlier, these amendments will make sure zoning and community plan are consistent. Again, we're meeting the island plan and Wailuku community plan objectives to promote diversified economic growth, provide workforce opportunities, and direct new urban development adjacent to urban areas. And, the same plantation, repurposing, and yeah. Feel comfortable that we do meet those objectives. Next slide, please. So this was plantation land. I think, it was a plantation for probably as long as most people around can remember. But prior to that, my understanding is reading some of the information in the cultural impact assessment, it was kind of dry in Kahului, so there wasn't a lot of agricultural production going on until, the plantations moved the water from the east side over to central. So, I was if you ever have a chance, read the CIA. There's a lot of neat history about Wailuku in general, because I guess this is part of the Wailuku Ahupua'a. And
Is that cultural inventory assessment?
Yeah, the CIA. Yeah, sorry, not inventory impact. Not sure. CIA, yeah, sorry. It was completed by Honua Consulting. Many people with local ties to the plantation were interviewed, and I guess there was a ethnographic oral history study that was conducted previously, and some of that was cited in the CIA also. Next slide, please. So there were no identified traditional or customary Native Hawaiian practices going on in the area, but we will, moving forward, consult with OHA and SHPD on things. Next slide, please. So there's some positive secondary impacts, housing being the primary one, of course. And, right now the area's kind of brush and, there's fire hazards, and homeless living there. So by creating a community there, we'll mitigate those, community issues by creating housing, which is a positive. Next slide, please. And there will be some not so positive impacts also, of course, as 1,600 homes being put in place. But we have assembled a group of consultants that will study and address these impacts and mitigation measures as part of the environmental impact statement, so they will be addressed. Next slide, please. So traffic also, we believe there will be a lot of existing residents in Central Maui and other places that will be moving here. So traffic's kind of just shifted around. But of course, we will work with Public Works and State DOT on traffic mitigation measures. Next slide, please. So we are not IAL, and 90% of Maui is already in the agricultural conservation. So the conversion of this 166.5 acre piece will reduce the island supply of high quality farmland by about 0.23%. And, currently, I guess since 2016 when HCNS shut down, it hasn't been actively farmed. So we don't feel this will have a huge impact on Maui's ability to farm. Next slide, please. Water, our hope is to work with a neighboring landowner to utilize an existing well they have on property. Our ultimate goal, though, is to work with the County of Maui Department of Water Supply and partner with them. We hope that we can create source above and beyond our needs, and then the rest can go to the county system. So, we'll jump through a lot of hoops and go through a lot of regulations to get our water system going. So please feel comfortable that it will be regulated properly. Sewer, our goal is to connect to the existing County of Maui sanitary sewer system. We believe Kahului is kind of getting full, and my understanding is the central wastewater treatment facility is looking at a 2029 online date. If it's infeasible for us to work with the county, we are prepared to work for create our own wastewater reclamation facility, and that will be included in our studies for the EIS. Again, a lot of regulations. We will be heavily regulated on that also, so it'll be done right. Next slide, please. Basically, they looked at it. It's not a environmentally sensitive area. We believe the only native plant found there, or as our consultants, is the uhaloa, and nothing else was there. Next slide, please. Topo, it's Kahului, it's pretty flat, so we feel that it'll be okay in that perspective. Little easier for site work since it's flat. No significant flora or fauna on site, except as previously mentioned, the uhaloa. Next slide, please. We had a phase 1 environmental assessment done, site assessment, and soil sampling was subsequently conducted, and basically the study said the area is suitable for unrestricted use of the property. Next slide, please. So we know we'll probably get a few conditions of zoning. We're open to discussion, but we're just kind of hoping that matters that are, or like items, timelines that are placed on us are things that are under our control and not necessarily just must construct by X date. Instead say, hey, why don't you have to submit your building permit by such and such date or something to that effect. Just so it's stuff that we control and we can move forward ourselves. We showed you that slide with all the regulatory approvals and reviews. All of the departments you guys invited today will surely get a chance to comment on the building permits or the construction plans for the project. I just ask that you don't include any of those things that they will the regulations as conditions of zoning, and if at all possible, annual compliance reporting. We'd like to avoid it, as we'll be constantly applying for permits and different approvals, so we will be complying with various things. And finally, on the right, those are the HHFDC affordable housing rent guidelines. It's not that easy to see here, but as I started off with, kind of mentioned that we wanted the ability to go up to 140, but practically speaking, will probably be at 120 and below, just by the nature of market in the area. A 3-bedroom, 120% of median income would go for 4,200 right now. I'm not sure if that's market. So, we're gonna build and do what the market supports. Of course, we're looking to build something that people want to and can afford to live in. So please understand that that's our goal. And like any other business, you need to attract people to it, and you can't just arbitrarily declare things and it happens. So we'll have to work with the community and make sure that this gets done in a way that people want to be here. I think that's it. So thank you very much. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify, we've previously done the Koele change in zoning community plan amendment. And so in that case, just order of operations, usually the LUC won't hear it if the community plan hasn't been amended. And in this case, maybe the Maui Island plan and the community plan. And then it usually goes to the LUC for the district boundary amendment because it's over 15 acres. Then it usually comes back to us for the change in zoning. So this is a little uncomfortable for some of our attorneys to do it this way. But, it is what it is. The regular way does take a lot of time and resources, and not everyone is like a multi-billionaire like Lanai. So just throwing that out there. So if it's okay, that would have been Member U'u Hodgins' opportunity. Unless people want me to go in order, I can go by raised hands. Do people want to go in order or raised hands?
Raised hands.
Okay. So for the first round, Member U'u Hodgins had hers. Does anyone else want to raise their hand for the first round? Okay. Member Cook and then Member Sugimura.
Thanks. So my, excuse me, my question for planning, I guess, and sort of you just described it, but just if today's bill 163, 164, and 165 passes, how does that impact with the State Land Use Commission? Like if they didn't approve it?
Mahalo for your question. I think this is one that I will have to defer to legal counsel on.
Okay, we don't want to get too deep in the weeds.
I'll try to be short. Consistent with Koele, I would advise after Planning Commission review, both the community plan amendment and not district boundary, but
Maui Island plan.
Maui Island plan urban growth boundary amendments are something I think pretty clearly within your purview. The zoning ordinance, however, because the state designation is still agriculture, you'd be changing agricultural land to light industrial. I would have concerns doing that before the LUC would act on that. And so for Koele, I think the plan was to not the plan, what you did was pass the plan amendments, but hold the zoning ordinance till after land use commission review. And I think that's my advice, is to do that consistent in this case.
So anyway, it kind of gives me an idea. We're blazing a different path, but I guess I don't have more questions really. I have kind of a statement. Everything that I understand, all the rules, I don't understand them all, but I see and recognize all the rules and all of this. And I basically would say that's to a great extent in my mind why it's so difficult to get housing. When I was on the general plan, and we were doing the urban growth boundaries and all of that, Kahului and Wailuku were called out specifically as the most likely areas for local residences because they were the least desirable. Now that kind of irritated me at the time, but it's, local areas. So when I look at this, that kind of resonates. And then also like this piece of property before, as far as being used for ag, this was where HCNS had the sprayers for all the Hauna water from the wash water and the sugarcane. So when I took my kids to school on Hanson Road, it was like we'd have to roll up the windows so that I don't have air conditioning because it stank so bad. So, I mean, I'm putting things in perspective of what was there and what it was used for. And the fact, I remember when Maui Marketplace was all sugarcane, right? And Dairy Road was like a dirt road. So the evolution of all of this, airport noise, I built houses in Spreckelsville where I'd had to stop, you couldn't talk. Okay, airplanes have gotten a lot quieter. So I just want to share my perspective. If we look at everything the way it is now, rather than this kind of constantly moving and evolving aspect, electric vehicles, everybody's on their phone. If we don't, we're going to have to change a lot of things. So I'm anxious to hear perspectives from the administration and stuff, but I just wanted to kind of make a statement where I was coming from, because this is a multi-year project, and rolling out homes on a regular basis, projected over a period of time in collaboration with the community, strikes me as a good idea. It's not my favorite location, but it's also in Kahului and residents. So Chair, do I need to ask a question, or is that okay?
I think you have 4 minutes to do it as you please, as long as you don't sing.
Or try and pronounce something correctly. Thank you.
I think Mr. Ueoka would like to respond to your comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think Mr. Hopper, totally understand everything you said. I agree, but I shouldn't say it's not wrong, but if we don't get the DBA, we can't build the housing and everything. However, from a land use perspective, there are like 1 or 2 overlapping uses between the state ag and the M1 light industrial, because M1 light industrial is stacked. So we would be able to use the property for those, most restrictive uses, of course, that overlap. But we would not be able to build the project out until we get the DBA or a 201H changing the district boundaries. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Sugimura?
Thank you. So I want to go back to where we started with Mr. Hopper and basically what you said about
Maybe you can move the mic closer to your mouth.
So I wanted to go back to Mr. Hopper and what you said in the opening, that this is being done without the Planning Commission's input, and it was, I guess, like skipped. So what happens if we proceed today? Can we then send our comments back to the Planning Department for the commission then to meet on this and proceed the way that it sounds like we're skipping a step?
I did speak with Chair on this a little. I don't think there's a need to send another resolution, because you already sent a resolution. I don't think anything was necessarily formally ended with that. I don't see a reason why there couldn't be a public hearing scheduled on the current resolution through the regular process, and Planning Department can comment on that. But I don't see any reason why that couldn't just happen at this point without further committee action, because you did already take that action. To me, this is sort of like maybe an interim review of that while that's happening, but I don't see anything why that couldn't still happen at this point. So I don't think you need to necessarily take, if you defer action, I think that you'd still have the ability to have the Planning Department set that for a public hearing and have the commission do that, send their comments to you.
Thank you. Could I hear from the Planning Department?
Mahalo for your question. So it was directed at Mr. Hopper, so I'm going to kind of pivot to a question that I can't answer.
Yeah.
So part of the reason why we didn't bring this to commission is we were looking for more information. Today was the most comprehensive amount of information that we've received on this project. So had we transmitted just the resolution and to be clear, not just a commission, we also do agency transmittal. So that would go to all of the departments that you've heard from. And if you start opening those letters, many of them will say, we don't have enough information to make a comment on this project. But we would have just transmitted the resolution and can transmit the resolution to these various agencies, including state agencies, who I am certain will have things to say about 1,600 units being put in this area. And then we would have brought all of that back to Planning Commission for their deliberation, for their comment. We can still do that if it, you know, and we would gladly do that. It is really up to the project proponent to provide us with the information we need. Otherwise, we will get the same letters, which is the resolution doesn't give us enough information to provide comment.
So what would you, somebody got to recommend, what shall we do? Because it sounds like we're missing an important step. The you know, chair moved this forward, thank you. So we don't delay it, but yet it sounds like we need more information to give to planning or more information for all the departments, including the state departments, right? We're like starting from beginning, I guess.
If you could speak into the mic, some folks have a hearing disability.
Sorry. Please.
So
what would you like us to do?
What I think you need to listen to whatever your attorney tells you to do. That's been my practice. But you know, we are happy to bring this to Planning Commission with what we have, if that is what is requested. I mean, if that is, we want the best possible outcome, because as I said before, this department very much supports housing. The problem is there is an order of operations to these things. Like Hopper said, I think I'm correct in interpreting what he said here. We could move forward with the community plan amendment and the Maui Island plan amendment and withhold the change in zoning and come back and do the change in zoning later. I think we're going to get a lot of really important information out of the environmental impact statement. I am uncomfortable with even just the information that we've heard so far, the non-certainty on some of the information we've heard so far. And so that makes me very uncomfortable as your planning director, because I am to advise the Planning Commission on what to do. And I'll be honest, with the information that we've received so far, I'm not certain that we can recommend as a department approval of this change, because we don't have enough information. The environmental impact statement would give us a ton of information to do that, and it gives the Planning Commission a ton more information to dig in. And knowing my Planning Commission, I know they will dig in. So, Mahalo.
Okay, thank you.
I had a couple questions before, I don't know if anyone else for the first round, but I know I saw a hand up for second round already. The first question I had was, the county clerk transmitted the resolutions to the planning commission through a transmittal to the mayor on June 12th, 2025. Did it ever get to their hands or no?
I'm sorry, Chair, were you saying whose hands?
The Planning Commission's hands.
We did not transmit it direct to the Planning Commission because we prepare a staff report to go with that transmittal.
Okay. The other question I had, just for my own knowledge, based on what was represented, do you agree with the proposed Maui Island Plan Directed Growth Map C5 to include it within, I guess that's not a question that I'm asking, sorry. Do you agree that the community plan designation business multifamily and M1 light industrial district is the correct one for them to do the uses presented? Like, is hotel use allowed in business multifamily or light industrial?
Mahalo, Chair, for your question. So going back to our letter, we addressed this in our letter. You sent a second letter, but in anticipation of this question, we already added it to our letter, and I'm just trying to find. So to answer your first question, we are comfortable with business multifamily based on the representations made by the applicant. It is an appropriate community plan designation, and so that's where I'll leave that question. So hospitality, which we assume to mean, and this would be a good question for the project proponent, that's a phase that's been added to the project. This is not, we're assuming that means transient vacation rental use. And this is, I'm sorry, I'm reading from page 7 of our letter. This is not permitted in B1, B2, B3, or M1 zoning districts. So if the project proponent applicants desires to do this, then we'll have to do a change in zoning for that specific area. The other question is about the Maui Island Plan, and I want to give great kudos to my long-range team. Page 7, I believe, of their letter identifies policies 8.1b and 8.1e. And these policies guide us on when we should expand the urban growth boundary. And we find that this change is not consistent with the standards set in this. And so this is part of the analysis that we would do in front of Planning Commission to help advise them. Is we would say, looking at this, we have multiple projects, and the staff did a really cursory review because our time to respond to this question was quite short. They found 4,069 units that are approved or anticipated already within the existing urban growth boundary. And so this doesn't meet the test of expanding the urban growth boundary. That makes me a little uncomfortable, and I'm not an attorney, but having it, we don't like to put ourselves and make ourselves vulnerable to suit, and we could be in this case.
Okay, and then the other question, to Member Cook's point, the traditional way of doing things is costly, time-consuming, expensive. So, I'm not necessarily opposed to non-traditional, but if you had more information sooner, like the EIS, would you feel more comfortable at going out of order or anything?
If you mean expanding the urban growth boundary, that would be a decision that we would advise the Planning Commission on, and then the Planning Commission would advise you on. I think, when I had spoken with the project proponent in the past, I advised them that this community plan process was happening, and it's well underway right now. We are very close to the end of the community engagement phase for this. So, and to our knowledge, they have not participated in that process so far. So I don't know that I would feel comfortable, because part of the reason why expanding the urban growth boundary is problematic is because we already have more than enough designated space within our existing urban growth boundary to accommodate the population we're expected to receive. And we have multiple projects that are either entitled already or anticipated within the urban growth boundary. I'm not certain that as the director of this department, I could make the recommendation that we expand the urban growth boundary in this space. The other thing, if I can, Chair, is I am a little confused, and I encourage the council to ask questions about the applicability of the 201H and where they intend to do the 201H. Because the 201H could happen absent this entire process. They would not have to go through this entire process. So I'm curious about that, and I was looking for more information than was provided in the presentation. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. I'm sure somebody will probably ask that. For my first round, I'm done. Is everyone done first round? Can we go on second round? Oh, Charlie, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Blystone, you said in regard to expanding the urban growth boundary, that this project will well exceed what's anticipated because there are over 4,000 units already approved. Are you talking about Maui Lani? Oh, what projects are you talking about that are already approved?
Mahalo for that question. So if you look on page, so PDF page 21 or page 7 of the general plan consistency analysis for Ho'onani Village that we included in our transmittal to you, there are 9 to 10 projects. Kahului Civic Center is one, that's 300 units. Maui Lani's remaining entitlements is 608, but we need to verify that, and we made that note here. DHHL has a Wailuku single-family residential that's 173 homes plus 31 lots. DHHL Pu'uhona, 171 homes. That one's under construction right now. Waihu Mauka is 343 homes plus 55 rural lots. Waikapu Country Town is 1,433 residential units plus 146 ohanas. Waikapu Development Venture, another project, is 80 homes. Oehe'e Affordable Housing, 752 units. And Hale Pilina is 178 apartments. That is the number I'm coming from to get to that 4,069.
Okay. Yeah, I would question that because those projects are stretched over multiple years. And even the Atherton project is probably in its 18th year without having one unit. So that's highly questionable whether some of these will actually be built within the next 10 years. So, but the other question I had real quick is, you may have mentioned it, but I didn't hear it. So when you needed more information from the developer, when you got the reso in June, did you ask for the additional information in June, or did you at any point?
Mahalo for your question. Danny Diaz, who is sitting up with me here, met with the applicant or with the project proponent. I can't call him the applicant, with the project proponent on a couple different occasions and asked for additional information after we received this item. We also met with them prior to getting the resolution because we knew the EIS was coming in. We were going to be the accepting agency for that. And then ultimately, they went a different path. So to be honest, when this came in June, we were a little surprised by it. But yes, we did ask for additional information and we're not given that information.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Uyoka would also like to respond to your question, Charlie. Is that all right?
Okay. Yeah, yes.
Oh.
Yes, good idea.
Thank you, Chair and Charlie. Sorry, I apologize to Mr. Diaz. We don't remember being formally requested or asked for any information. So my apologies for the mix-up, but please understand it was never an advertent. We didn't advertently disregard the request. So thank you.
Mr. Diaz, did you want to comment?
I agree with Mr. Uyoka. If I recall, it was more of a casual request. It wasn't a formal request. And honestly, when it came in, our concern was more just the processing portion and not necessarily, like a written letter asking for specific items from him. Thank you, Chair.
Charlie, would your follow-up? Oh, you don't have any follow-up.
But it seems that you do. Please go ahead.
No, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Thank you, though. Okay, so I think everyone had their first round. We're okay to go on the second round. Committee Vice Chair Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, there's a couple of things I think I want to get clear before I ask some of my questions. One, myself, because technically I guess I'm the applicant for this project. With the project proponent, I like that language. Mr. Uyoka met with Nahulu and Danny, I cannot refer to everybody by their last names, I'm gonna get confused, to discuss this process. Because right now, the entitlement process is far too long and far too cumbersome, and it costs everybody money, which in turn is then placed on the person who is going to then rent or buy this project. We're paying for Mr. Uyoka's time right now, in fact. Well, the future renters will be, which is unfortunate. It really is, I'll be honest. And so right now, the process goes, the county reviews and approves community plan and then urban growth. And then we send that over to the LUC to do the DBA, and then it comes back to us to do the change in zoning. All of that takes years. Years we don't have to wait. Time we don't have to lose, it takes years. Which is why we met with them to create a process that is a bit more efficient. So what could have been done in this situation, which again, we had this conversation, we would have reviewed it, create some conditional language that when the LUC approves it, then it makes everything official with the change in zoning. So to circle back to before we went to lunch, the answer was because we didn't know how to send it, because we didn't have the DBA to MPC, which is, yes, true. But you could have sent the community plan and the urban growth resos as we typically do. Perhaps you could have held the change in zoning. However, we did discuss it. Secondly, that's not what your letter says dated September 9th. Your letter says because they didn't do a MAPS application, based on your other letter that was sent to us after we did the reso on August 20th, that says we would request that you do a MAPS application and the applicant, and in this case, I am the applicant, which I didn't get an email requesting any information. And so your letter sent to us on why we should not take action was because there was no information on MAPS, not because the DBA wasn't done. So that's one. So two, it's not in the charter. If we're gonna talk about listen to your attorney, did we get a legal opinion for you folks, planning department, to ask the council to do a DBA in MAPS, to do a change in zoning application in MAPS? Because that's not in the charter. That's not the way the charter reads. The charter reads, hey, we send this to you, you folks do the application or whatever you need, and you send it to MPC. MPC does their recommendation and sends it back to us. You never, in fact, sent it to the MPC. And now we're here again. And so that 120-day trigger is very confusing because it was technically never sent to the MPC. So you held it in your department and never sent it. So in effect, the commission could never provide us comments because it was never sent, which is quite unfortunate because we're here today. Unfortunately, the community plan, I don't disagree, that there's all these homes. However, the community plan was last updated in 23 years ago. It's supposed to be done every 10 years. So asking to continue to wait and push back on something we need for housing is so irritating. We're already 13 years late. We're almost kind of maybe there. What does that even mean? We should have been almost kind of maybe there 13 years ago. I'm not waiting anymore. So what are we gonna do? Because this right here is confusing. And I didn't even get to ask my questions on process because when we're talking about all the things that we need to do, we can't even get it straight between all of us. And so pretty soon, we're gonna ask you guys to do about 40-something of them. And if we can't figure out how to do one, how are we gonna do 40? I heard the bell. I get plenty of questions. That was my rant. I'll save my questions for the next time.
Member Rollins Fernandez and then Member Cook, unless Director Blystone has wants to comment on Committee Vice Chair Hodgins' opportunity.
Chair.
Oh, okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Well, Chair, I didn't use my round one, and I wanted to give my round one opportunity to Member Hodgins so she could ask her question, and then that way, perhaps it can help to direct the response from Director Blysto, because I would like to hear that, and I would like to use my time to hear the dialogue. Mahalo, Chair.
It's okay with me, members. Is it okay with you? Okay, go ahead, Member Hodgins for Member Rollins Fernandez, first round, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. I really appreciate it. And that was my long rant. I apologize, kind of, but I'm clearly irritated. So I don't apologize for what I said, but perhaps I'll apologize for the tone, which is something I'm working on, just not today. So can somebody please answer if you folks worked with Corp Counsel to draft this letter that was dated August 20th, asking council to do a MAPS application? And what is the process? Can you describe the process on how that's going to work?
Mahalo for your question. So in the past, we have gotten several of these over the years, and this is a continuing problem where we don't have enough information to move forward. And you're correct. We did not, in my knowledge, and I don't have the letter in front of me, I apologize, but we did not, to my knowledge, consult with Corporation Counsel on that. It was a request to add things to maps, because when we go in front of Planning Commission, we like to have all the information we can. The process to add things to maps, I can leave that to Danny to talk about that. He's much deeper into the system than I am. But the process is pretty straightforward for this. And so if you mind.
No, please. I met with Danny to kind of discuss this process, so I'm happy to hear from him. Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, I also, thank you, Chair. I also apologize for not having the letter in front of me, so I don't specifically know what we requested, but my recollection was that, as we discussed earlier, we had the resolution, and we knew that if we're going to bring this before the Maui Planning Commission, it's a question of, well, what are we going to bring before them? Because, as the director stated, they are very thorough, and they are inquisitive, and they do expect, studies and, impact statements and TIARs and all the things that they normally see. And so my recollection was that request was, okay, if we're going to bring this to commission, give us something to bring that to them besides a resolution.
Yep, I remember that conversation. It is difficult because, again, as we just seen in the description of the project, it is 17 years in the making. So hopefully by then I'll be a grandparent. So it's very difficult to plan for the next 17 years at this point. So it is difficult, unless we're doing a project district, which in this case we're not, to have that in advance. Nonetheless, we could have done where's my notes? The community plan and urban growth if we were not doing the change in zoning and waiting for the DBA, because typically the information is sent. I don't know if the request was formally made, definitely not to me or the project proponent, in order for us to provide you this information. So unfortunately, yes, this is the first time that anybody is seeing all of this, because there was no formal request. And it's unfortunate that that is the case, but now that is the case. Now my question, because I got my answer for that, is where do we go from now, which is what Member Sugimura was talking about. So if we take no action today, which is, I was hoping we could take some sort of action, then what? Then what? We send it to the Planning Commission and we wait a whole nother 120 days so we can continue to hear from testifiers that everybody is moving away? And how will this project be prioritized? Because one, the council member already sent it over to the Planning Commission, which means this project should have been prioritized, which is why we have 120 days to figure this out. So now what? Where are we now? What can we do now? And I think that's a question for Mr. Hopper, which it is unfortunate that only Monday afternoon did we really figure out that perhaps we can't do anything, which I would hate to disagree with, because I don't want to wait for more housing. So is there something we can do? Because I'm unwilling to sit for another 120 days and hope for the best, because I already did that 120 days ago.
Well, I mean, at this point, the it sounds like the council would want this prioritized on the planning commission's agenda as quickly as possible. That's certainly something you can, I think you've already let the department certainly know that that's something that you want prioritized. It doesn't necessarily have to certainly take 120 days. The minimum would be a 30-day for the public hearing notice for it to get on their agenda. Their agendas are extremely long. I know there's a couple of resolutions that at the last 2 meetings they haven't made comment on, and those may be getting up against the 120-day time frame. Although in that case, they're conscious of that because they know, and it's been before them. So I can't speak for what their agendas look like, but you can certainly, request the department expedite it as quickly as possible and send the notice out as quickly as possible. As far as action today, that's difficult without the Planning Commission recommendations. Mr. Uyoka had brought up making a committee decision. There is a distinction between a committee recommendation and council action. Committee recommendations can be made even in the absence of that commission recommendation, provided that you have that before council reading. I think the obvious caution I'd give for that is that you won't have the ability to do any work in committee after reviewing the Planning Commission's recommendations, which is something you would normally have in that case. So,
unless we recommit, right?
Right. That's a possibility, but then I'm not sure why you'd pass it out and then, recommit. There may be procedural reasons, so I can't say that, but I'm thinking of any legal issues with that. And again, committee action is not the same thing as council action for charter purposes, so that wouldn't be a violation of the charter in that case. But as far as the timing for commission review, I think I explained my thoughts on that. And your potential action today. Again, I did have the concern with the zoning change being passed, but again, that's passed by full council, not necessarily a committee issue, although there can be procedural issues with something having been passed out rather than still that committee that I think maybe OCS or Ms. Kata would know some of those details because we dealt with that with Coele again. But that's what I have to say on those items.
If I could add, we kind of ran into a similar situation with Grapes Baptist Church where we were not aware. The deadline was missed for that. It's not quite as big a project. It's just rebuilding a church where it burnt down and then making it the correct designation because it was originally built before zoning occurred. And we ran into a situation where we didn't know when to count our days from because transmittal to the planning department doesn't mean it gets into the hands of the planning commission. So we did work with the planning department on a charter amendment, and it did, I believe, go through member Hodgins' committee and passed out. So that was resolution 25-135. And it'll give the public an opportunity to vote on it in the next election. And then it could go into effect. And that's item number 18 on your Granicus. So when we did encounter this issue, we did propose a solution to the charter. However, it cannot get enacted until the next election if people vote for it to pass. So hopefully in the next election, people vote for this charter amendment so that could remove the uncertainty. I just wanted to add that as an FYI. So it's not like there's not a solution. It's just going to take, there's a solution proposed, but it won't be able to be decided on until the election. So I just didn't want folks to think that when we encountered it, we just were like, aw, shucks. Any other hands? Oh, Member Cook.
Thank you. And does the planning department perchance, when the general plan, the members of the GPAC were voting on urban growth boundaries, is there minutes or stuff for them? We're not gonna have it right now, but I'm just curious about the voting. And I just share with you, urban growth boundaries were very contentious during the GPAC. We had 25 members, which was a crazy amount of people. There was usually about 19 to 20 that were there on a regular basis. The urban growth boundaries was sort of a tension between, I won't say anti-growth, but limited growth, concerned about overgrowth, which I get. The balancing of that was basically the fact that if you're gonna limit available land to build, you're basically guaranteeing increased pricing because it's really limited. So I just want to bounce that off because, you know, the 4,069 units, the units that are basically approved, you know, like the Waihu ones that DHHL, I mean, they need to build a bridge, and that's been contentious for years. A lot of the projects, I'm not negating it, I'm trying to put it in perspective. A lot of those projects, you're basically gonna need a car, some of them, to get. This one, and there again, the reason I think that this actually makes sense, it's probably the least speculative real estate that we're gonna find. It is going to be a potential for existing Kahului lots, et cetera, from people who have really old homes to move into a newer home that they could afford, especially if they're gonna sell their places, that would enable that Kahului to sort of redevelop. And so I see sort of a nexus of this particular project being able to, especially over a very prolonged period of time, facilitate housing and all of this stuff. So, you know, and as far as like I don't want to sound like I'm joking because I'm not. As far as the quality of the soil for farming, it's like when they're doing foundations on roads, they excavate 2 feet out and they haul it away and it's actually good soil instead of something else. But what it was used for before, where it's located for potential traffic, where it's located for potential other businesses, and then adding there for it to be probably remain affordable in many different ways, more so than a lot of other places. I'm just saying that's the sort of the aspects. Now, maybe the environmental impact statement would enforce that or not. So having said that, could you kind of bounce back on me from a planning perspective, some of the downsides of this place besides the soil, air, traffic? I understand the process hasn't been done, but is this place just not a good place to do it? And if not, what else would be good for here? Thank you.
Mahalo for your question. This is, I wish that you could live inside my brain right now because it would be so much easier to just go like this. So a couple things. I first heard about this project before I was planning director, so a while ago. And when they brought it to me and we were talking about it, I was like, oh, this is exciting. It could be very, very cool. You're gonna have to do a DBA, so you should get on that. Right, like those are the things that we talked about, and also you should go to the Congress for New Urbanism and talk story with some of the innovations happening in communities that are like this, where you get to start from scratch and you get to do it right. So from a planning perspective, the guts of this project are really good, and I'm glad to see a lot of them preserved in the presentation that I saw. I think the thing that's tricky, and going back to your initial comment about the GPAC and the 25 members and the contentiousness, this is not, having urban growth boundaries be contentious is not unique to this place. And the argument is always the same, that some of these projects are gonna go slower, which is why in a lot of cases you oversize an urban growth boundary to meet it, right? And then there are processes available to expand that urban growth boundary. So the place where I get a little uncomfortable is when it comes to the change in zoning. Because the change in zoning is giving you light industrial zoning, which is the same as everything that's around it. So once the council chooses to make this change in zoning, absent anything else, this is the last discretionary thing you get to do. Except for this 201H, which I'm really not sure where it applies yet. So that is a concern from us, is that going from agriculture to M1 means that you don't get, and we said this in our letter, and I apologize, there was a question about this earlier, and I didn't say this part. We would be more comfortable with B2 or B3 for this property, because it would remove all those light industrial uses and just focus on the intent. If the intent is as it's described in this PowerPoint presentation that we all just heard, then we should have zoning that's commensurate with that intent. So I don't disagree with the premise of the project or even necessarily the location of the project. There's a process in place, and that process, as far as I'm concerned, we could do the community plan amendment, we could do the MIP amendment. Ultimately, that's your decision. We will advise you, but that is your decision. The DBA comes next, and it needs to come, and Land Use Commission has to weigh whether or not they agree with you that this is actually marginal, even though it's listed as prime ag soils, or not.
Thank you. My feedback as far as the marginal is the location, not so much the soil. Acknowledging the soil, great. It's probably all that Hono water they sprayed on it and all that stuff for years, it probably made it really good. But as far as actually farming right there in the midst of all of that with the other industrial uses and all the other stuff, that's what I was saying. It's like, take the soil and use the land for something else. But thank you for your feedback, and my time's up.
If there's no hands up, I had a couple questions about the 201H process. So after or even back it up some more, what happens on the 19th if the LUC will not be the accepting authority, then what?
If the Land Use Commission does not agree to the FEIS, the HAR rules, the 11-200.1, they kind of establish a process as to how a disagreement, I think it was designed more for when two sides want it. I don't know what happens when neither side wants it, because the planning department asked us to go with the state LUC. So I'm not 100% sure what happens
Cross that bridge when you
LUC
come to it.
What's that?
You're gonna cross that bridge when you come to it.
I hope that bridge doesn't come.
Okay. And then, were you gonna do the 201H for the DBA as well as for the housing, or, because then that makes it a 45-day process. Does the Land Use Commission allow you to do a 201H DBA?
Sorry, Chair. Thank you. It is in the 201H 38. It talks about the county has 45 days and state has 45 days. And if you don't mind, you want me to get into it, the 201H itself. So our hope was we come here, we get the M1. The purpose of our M1 is we wanted those expanded light industrial uses along with the housing. So that's why we wanted the business owners to have as much opportunity as possible. Getting a special use permit is not always the simplest process to go through. Following up on that.
It's better than a conditional.
100%, but painful nonetheless. The 201H idea was we were hoping to come here, get the conditional zoning to go to M1. And that way it's this process with the council. The council gets to say M1's okay, put some conditions on it. We're perfectly fine with a condition along the lines of you have to have X amount of dwelling units on the property. You can't start doing the commercial, you can't pull a commercial building permit until you've done so many residential units, that kind of stuff, to make sure we go in that direction as part of the conditional zoning, to make sure you don't just end up with a light industrial park here, which is not our intent at all. And we actually don't think it's the best use of the land right now either.
And then my understanding is on the 201H 45-day clock, that starts when the administration transmits it to the council. So you might give it to the administration ahead, and then they would have whatever time they need, and then they would give it to us.
Correct. In this case, we probably would try and work through HHFDC, so it'd be probably three levels. We'd work with HHFDC, work with the Department of Housing, of course, and the administration. And then I've been out of this place for a long time, but I remember before there was always a coordination between the chair of the committee during the 201H and the applicant group, just to make sure timing worked for everyone.
Are you sure it would be Department of Housing, or would it still be planning? Because Department of Housing says that they enter the conversation when you guys go for your subdivision approval and the residential workforce housing agreement for 10 lots or more. And if developers come to the housing department, the three main things that they want to know is if you own the land or control the land, if you have entitlements, or if you have financing. But it's your understanding you would be coordinating with the Department of Housing?
Oh, sorry, that was an assumption. We'll coordinate with the administration, whoever the powers that be.
Okay, and planning, would it be you folks, or do you know?
So in the time that I've been here, we haven't processed one, so I can't say, but our understanding is it's the Department of Housing. I think Remy Mitchell is online if you wanted to ask that question of him. Director Mitchell.
Oh, I do see Director Mitchell. And I think wasn't Kaya Ulu o Kahilu Hilu a 201H, or no? No, that already had it. Go ahead, sorry.
So depending on how, thank you, Chair Paulson. So depending how the applicant proceeds with the 201H process, they can coordinate through HHFDC or the Department of Housing. So in that particular instance, I guess to the extent Mr. Uyoka referred to the 201H process, it's likely he would be coordinating through either HHFDC or the Department of Housing. So he's correct.
Okay, got it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Uyoka.
Oh, and thank you. Sorry, I never answered your original question. So we haven't figured out how much we would include in the 201H, but we could do all the housing to be included in the 201H. And the idea would be to start the process to work with the state LUC on an accelerated district boundary amendment. And we do fully realize that our limitation here will probably be wastewater. And we are not able to start with our project really until we build our if we can get county wastewater, we're good. If we cannot get county wastewater, then we need to build our wastewater reclamation facility. A wastewater reclamation facility triggers environmental, Chapter 343. We're going through that process. So we hope that we could build out until we need the wastewater reclamation facility, but then we would have to wait until the FEIS has accepted, hopefully like in a year and a half from now or so, or a year from now or so, and by the LUC because everything goes well on the 19th.
Okay, and then the departments that we haven't gotten responses from yet are Public Works, Environmental Management, and OEV Resources. So we're still waiting on those. We did get a lot of responses this morning, and they've all been uploaded. At this point, I wanted to do a temperature check because if the plan is to try and move forward out of committee with the island plan and the community plan amendment, I would like to give the members an opportunity to read through the responses we got so far and do a deeper dive, hear from OEV Resources, Environmental Management, and Public Works. So I would suggest maybe polling for a recess meeting for tomorrow if can. If the will is to wait for, and when I say move it out of committee, in discussions with Mr. Hopper, he would be okay with moving it out of committee, but not putting it on the council agenda yet. And then we would know 5 or 6 votes because it's council initiated, needed to pass it. So at this point, I just wanted to do a temperature check because I feel like if we're not moving forward with the Maui Island Plan and the Community Plan Amendment as part of this process here, we can be done right now and everybody can go about their business. If there is a desire to try and move that forward, then I would like to ask members if we can recess till tomorrow, let everybody read all the responses, maybe give OEV Resources, Environmental Management, and Public Works a little bit more time to respond. So this isn't a vote, it's a temperature check. Oh, Mr. Uyoka.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just a question. So you mentioned the Island Plan Amendment for Inclusion of Urban Growth Boundary, Community Plan Amendment. So change in zoning we're gonna hear that after the DBA.
Probably, but I mean, members can give me their temperature check on that too if they'd like.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Member Sinensi, your feelings?
So we're still waiting on a couple more responses. You would like us to wait and review those responses
Or we can ask them orally.
tomorrow?
Tomorrow, if they're available. If not, I guess stay and ask them now.
I know I have a weird meeting at 11 o'clock tomorrow, but I can be here in the morning.
Okay. So is your preference to wait on this? We can defer, or we can try and do more work on it and pass it out possibly tomorrow. And then would your preference be all three? Just the normal way, Community Plan Amendment, Maui Island Plan?
Whatever is legal with our lawyers.
Okay. So you, just clarifying, you do want to continue to work on this? Okay. Member Hodgins?
Thanks for giving me that opportunity, but I think I stated how I feel. I'm happy to come tomorrow. I would love to do all of them, but that's how I feel. FYI, this is how Hawaii Island does theirs, and they put a conditional approval on it. They do their change in zoning, and then they put a timeline of which the project proponent must get approval from the LUC and their DBA, or reverts back to its original zoning. So that's the language that I was hoping we would have in there anyway, which gives us some wiggle room if the project doesn't go through the LUC. It wouldn't maintain its M1 zoning. It would go back to ag. We would just give them a timeline.
I think we did discuss this with Mr. Hopper. I don't know if we're operating under different rules, but they didn't believe that there would be an automatic reversion.
I think it's like by resolution, or we can bring it back.
Oh.
Yeah. There's some language that we can catch it if it fails.
Okay. And to me, I'd be kind of okay with doing all three out of committee, holding the I'm going after you apparently.
No. Yeah.
Holding the MIP and the CPA till we hear from the MPC, and then holding the CIZ till we hear from the LUC. Too many acronyms.
So many, it's an alphabet soup. Are we gonna hold it in committee and you're gonna hold the CR, or are we gonna hold it in council?
If members feel okay with passing it out of committee, hold it at council, but I mean, I guess it would go with the majority.
Okay.
But in that specific scenario, we wouldn't need to hear from Mr. Hopper in the by resolution reversion. We would need to hear from Mr. Hopper on his things. Does anyone want to hear from him now, or no need?
Can I ask one quick question from you? If we do come back tomorrow, coming back, you have a meeting at 11, we would come back here at 9. That was your original question, yeah?
Yeah.
Because I know you have to go soon too, and Member Sanenzi has to go soon too.
Yeah, I would like to, if we could end at 3:30 so I can just
Yep.
swing by the hospital, that would be
Yep,
great.
for sure. So we can come back tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow at 9. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Member Cook.
I'm okay for tomorrow morning at 9.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez. Oh, sorry, she had to go pick up her kids, but she'll be back in 6 minutes. Charlie.
I'm open tomorrow morning at 9.
Okay. Member Sugimura.
Ooh, I have a 9 o'clock meeting, and a 9:30 meeting. But I guess we gotta do this.
That sounded like a yes, I think. Okay, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's quorum. I guess maybe we don't need to hear from Member Rollins Fernandez either. She can come or not. Your homework for tonight, if you choose to accept it, is to read all the responses. Planning's one is kind of thick, but it's not 100 pages. Is there anything that anybody wants to tell us before we recess? Director Blystone.
Mahalo, Chair. So I'm just going to anticipate a question, which would be, when could we get this on Planning Commission's agenda? And in consultation with staff, the earliest that we could do it and meet the 45-day noticing for public hearing would be January 13th. I will note at that time, we have 3 other resolutions that were sent to us by council to handle at that Maui Planning Commission meeting. So just so you know, that is the timeline. For me tomorrow, I have Cultural Resource Commission at 9 a.m. And so I will be occupied immediately at 9 a.m. for a presentation on the design guidelines.
Okay, so the way that I interpret that, ask any questions you have of planning right now. Can we have Danny tomorrow?
Chair Danny says yes.
Oh, okay.
And I will join when I can, as soon as I'm released from my responsibilities at the CRC.
Okay, Danny's just as good, right, guys? What about Mr. Post? We can't have him either.
Mr. Post has indicated with a thumbs up signal that he is also available. And Jackie will be with me in CRC, as she has indicated with a thumbs down signal. Chair.
Okay, we'll take the men and we'll leave the women behind. And Mr. Hopper, are you okay for tomorrow?
Well, I've been assigned to CRC, actually. But I think we can make arrangements to maybe have another deputy do that, and I could be here or vice versa. So we can provide coverage for tomorrow for sure.
Thank you. Mr. Agawa, are you still on?
I'm still here, Chair.
Were you available tomorrow, or did you want to give us your feedback on what you've heard so far at this time or at a later time? I think the question is like, can they hook up to your, can they hook up with you, or that's a negative?
I have meetings tomorrow. I do have only preliminary comments, considering nothing was really submitted for our review, to my understanding. So if you folks want to hear my preliminary comments, I can provide that now.
Yeah, let's hear his preliminary comments since he's not available tomorrow and he's commenting on anything what he knows. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Agawa.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Please bear with me because I was basically scrambling with wastewater to try to get some of these organized. So based on what I've heard so far and what the proponents submitted, I'll just go through this list. So the proposed project, it's outside of our current sewer service area. Wastewater will recommend that an on-site wastewater treatment plant be constructed to service the project. But if the project intends to connect to the county wastewater system, there is currently not enough wastewater treatment capacity at the Kahului wastewater treatment facility to support this project. Mr. Uyoka was right that they would need to wait until probably late 2029, possibly into 2030, depending on some supply chain constraints, until the Central Maui Wastewater Reclamation Facility becomes operational, or until Wastewater Reclamation Division is successful in increasing treatment capacity at the plant. We are doing ongoing projects to see if we can increase that, but no guarantees. The next comment is there may be wastewater treatment capacity at the Kahului plant for phase 1 of the project. In looking at the timeline, they're anticipating phase 1 to be constructed. I think it was the summer of 2029. There may be a gap between when our treatment plant is ready, but there also might be capacity at that time. If the project collection system proposes to tie into the county system, I'm assuming it's gonna be at the sewer manhole on Pakaula Street. That's between Lowe's and Target. And maybe Mr. Uoka can confirm that. That's our assumption. That's the closest county sewer system. Comments regarding if that is the assumed tie-in point, the project's wastewater will ultimately affect about 9,000 linear feet of existing sewer lines from the tie-in point on Pakaula. It then goes to Alamaha Street. There's a pump station there, another pump station, Kahului Pump Station, which is off of Hana Highway, and then to the Kahului Wastewater Treatment Facility. Not saying that all 9,000 linear feet would have to be upgraded, but there will be upsizing of existing sewer collection lines, along with the possibility of upgrading the 2 pump stations that I mentioned before. Again, without any more details on the project, the actual improvements required to our infrastructure would require further detailed analysis and coordination between the development team and our wastewater reclamation division. And then based on the projected upgrades to the existing wastewater infrastructure that the developer would probably face, we would suggest that they perform a cost analysis to determine if an on-site wastewater treatment facility would be more feasible to them versus all of the off-site infrastructure improvements to our wastewater system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Agawa. That was very thorough for the preliminary and very layman's terms, because even I understood it. Member Cook looks like he had some clarifying questions, which I'm not going to comment on his ability to understand what you said.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Agawa. How does wastewater feel about package plants? Now, I'm hearing a lot about that because of the twofold. One, apparent advancements in the technology, and then 2, because of the fact that pretty much everywhere it's challenging to tie into the central. So what's wastewater's general feeling about package plants?
Thank you for that question, Member Cook. I hesitate to talk for wastewater. I haven't confirmed with them their current feeling about package plants because of the new technology. However, if that is the direction that the development team is looking at, that would be under their purview, right? It wouldn't be under the county's purview. So it would be a private managed facility. I do know that one of the concerns when developers are looking at package plants is the biosolids, right, that comes from that, so, and the disposal of that. Thank you.
So, Chair, my follow-up question, has there been discussion, for your understanding, has there been discussion at wastewater where people do a development, would do a package plant with planning to implement and connect with the municipal plant at a point in the future?
Thank you for the question. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of any discussions where an interim package plant would
bridge the gap until they tie it into the county wastewater system. I am aware of temporary sewer capacity until further sewer capacity is provided, but I'm not aware of any discussions with package plan as a gap.
I think
gap closer.
it's so
Thank you, sir.
cost prohibitive.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Jeff, did you have any questions regarding the information that you just heard? Mr. Uyoka, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. No, thank you very much, Director Agawa. I'm just sad, but no, everything makes sense. Thank you.
You are sad. Director Molitao, I think I seen on the call, we didn't receive written comment from you. Are you available tomorrow, or would you just like to give comments? I think they did a cultural impact assessment. Did Dr. Six talk about this with you at all, or are you available tomorrow?
Aloha me kako, Chair. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I haven't been able to discuss with Dr. Six at the moment in regards to this particular Bill 163, 64, and 65. But I do have some just preliminary comments, and I'm available for tomorrow as well. Obviously, I think that we figure out how to split ourselves in two and be at the same place at the same time. But my general overall comments on this is, the need for housing is always going to be a necessary discussion. What I look at is the spaces in which they're at, and I look at place names, and I look at the areas of importance of those place names and why they're named that. And so things like Pulehunui and Pulehuiki refer back to interesting mo'olelo that I'd be more than happy to share tomorrow, just to give everybody contextual context for the space. I do also want to go ahead and comment on AIS studies, if there has been any, for the space that's moving forward. And those are the only two comments that I have.
Thank you. Whenever you do get a chance to speak with Dr. Six, feel free to transmit it in writing or have her come on tomorrow, either one.
Thank you. Hope we have enough time.
Thank you. And then I think Public Works said they were still reviewing it. Director Molina, are you available tomorrow?
Sure, I apologize. I believe Deputy Director Barney is online.
Oh, Deputy Director Barney, are you available tomorrow, or Director Molina?
Afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon.
We can make somebody available for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so members, any need to stay on for today, or you guys want to get right to your homework assignment? Okay, all right, thank you. So this meeting will recess, same place, same location, same online location. Oh, I see Member Rollins Fernandez has joined us back. We are going to recess until tomorrow at 9. To just give everyone a chance to read the responses we've got so far, and then do a little bit of a deeper dive in relation to those responses. Okay, so we're recessing till tomorrow at 9 a.m., same Teams link, same physical location. I don't think I had recess in my notes. Is that all I gotta say?
So yes, Chair, we'll be recessing this committee meeting to 9 a.m. Thursday, November 6th, using the same Microsoft Teams meeting link, and we'll be meeting here in the council chamber in person. And I believe that's everything.
Okay, so we'll come back tomorrow, 9 a.m. I gotta find somebody to take my daughter to the dentist, but will be recessing and the time is 3:14. Yes. Oh, before I recess, Captain Voss, sorry, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I really appreciate all your work on this. It's a very important project. I want to be as helpful as I can, so anything that you feel you need from fire, if you could send us an email, we'll respond to that as quick as possible. I won't be able to attend tomorrow, but keep me updated on the progress, and I will give you what I can from our office. Thank you for your work.
Thank you so much. And we did receive your written transmittal, so members will be studying that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if we get through the zoning bill tomorrow, if you have conditions, that would be another part of your homework assignment, to be prepared to discuss any conditions tomorrow. And just verifying, even though hotel is not an allowed use in light industrial, you still would like to go forward with light industrial.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So we understand that we need further entitlements to do hotel use. This idea is, it's all M1. We would do, this was a concept plan and looking for the zoning of the entire parcel. And we weren't looking to have a project district here where this is going here, that's going there. It's not designed to be locked in. That's why I went for M1. And we just wanted to tell you there is the potential that we might come back and ask for hospitality. We understand it's a secondary ask. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're still moving forward with light industrial request.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, everybody got it? Yeah? Okay, so all the things that Mr. Pascual said, and we'll be recessing today at 3:16 to return to everything the same at 9 tomorrow. Thank you.